of Tanzania and the head of Mara campus of the Open University of Tanzania. I'll be the session chair today as Dr. Andre is not around. I hope our panelists are with us here. Our first session today, we are going to discuss about the avenues for sharing scientific advancement and technology development. We have only 2 panelists. Our first panelist could not make it. So I'm going to welcome our 2 panelists. The first one is Dr. Ramon Doctor, President, Palawan State University, Philippines. Dr. Ramon, please applause for Dr. Ramon. Dr. Ramon, please. Okay, here comes. Applause for Dr. Ramon, please. Welcome. Thank you. And our second presenter is Professor Chuks Iu, SBD Chair in Higher Education, Department of Management and Entrepreneurship, Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, University of Western Cape. Professor Chuks, you're most welcome. Now, since we have only 2 presenters today, the time will be 7 minutes. So, yes, the time will be 7 minutes. Each will speak for 7 minutes. And here I welcome our first presenter, Dr. Ramon Doctor, Avenues for Sharing Scientific Advancements and Technology Development. Please, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. So, we will be talking now on the avenues for sharing scientific advancement and technology development. So this is a very good topic because this is one way of having with us now. We are making it now on how we can share scientific advancement and technology development. We have here, I listed some of the following are the key pathways for sharing scientific advancement and technology development. So I have listed here 5. Number 1, policy and institutional frameworks for collaboration. So maybe we can, after this, and this is our first, this is one way of sharing and having this collaboration. And maybe we can have more strategies on the sharing of our ideas and collaboration. So we have here, first is the role of government and intergovernmental organization. Example, we have already some. We have the Commission on Science and Technology for Sustainable Development in South. This is COMSATS, comprising 27 member countries from Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So that is one way of sharing the policies and scientific advancement. So we have listed some, and then maybe we can look for more during our table discussion, roundtable discussion. Then second, we have bilateral and multilateral agreements. Example, Science and Technology Research Partnership for Sustainable Development, or STRASEPS. We have here example on Japan and African countries sharing on these bilateral and multilateral agreements. And then we have open sciences and intellectual property policies. Another example here is the Global Rice Science Partnership. We have here GRISP, led in Asia by the International Rice Research Institute. Some of you have known the IRI that is in Los Baños, Philippines. So this is one way of having science of intellectual property on rice science partnership. We also have the same in Africa and African rice centers. This is a sharing of how we can do some collaborations. And we have another one. We have the Academic and Research Institutions Partnership. So the first I mentioned is Policy and Institutional Framework for Collaboration. And the second is Academic and Research Institutions Partnership. So I think after this we can do some partnership with you. And one here is the Joint Research Program. We can have partnership on research between two universities, one from Africa and one from Asia, or maybe one from Philippines. I will volunteer. So we have joint research program with our institutions. We have joint research program. We also have exchange programs for scholars and researchers. So we can do some joint research program for our students, scholars, and researchers. And then we have also collaborative research and development priority in priority sectors. For example, we mentioned that yesterday on renewable energy. Renewable energy. So we can do some collaboration on research and development. We do some research with both of our agency on renewable energy. Another one, very topic which is very close to our heart. We have climate change, and then we have water security. We also have food production, healthcare, and digital transformation. So we can do some research partnership within these topics on renewable energy. So I hope we can have partnership with this. We have some, for example, in our case, we have partnership with Malaysia on UTP, University of Technology Petronas, on our program on BS in Petroleum Engineering. So Palawan State University and University of Technology Petronas in Malaysia. So this is just an example. So we can do some on renewable energy and other topics like climate change and water security. Okay. Next, we have technology transfer and commercialization. Then we have digital platforms and knowledge sharing networks. So we can do that within our universities and your agencies. And then we have what we call as the AI-powered knowledge dissemination. Then we have number 5, I mentioned here, on joint venture, technology transfer and commercialization. We have innovation hubs, technology parks, and incubation center. Then we have joint venture of startup collaboration, licensing agreement, and co-parenting. Then we have the digital platforms and knowledge sharing networks. We have open access repositories and research publication. So then we have the last, industry and private sector involvement. So we can do some industry involvement. I know some of us here in your university, you do some collaboration with the industry. So we have industry and private sector involvement. We have the public-private partnership. So we can do state universities or public universities to private universities or private sectors. So this is public-private partnership. We can do that on research and development. And then we have the collaboration between industries in key sectors. So we can do some collaboration with the industry and key sectors of the government. So with that, it's already time. Thank you so much, and I hope we can do that in our roundtable discussions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I hope the team leaders or table leaders have taken note of the discussion. Let me welcome our second presenter, Professor Chooks, EU Avenues for Sharing Scientific Advancements and Technology Development. Please, most welcome. Thank you. 7 minutes.
Yes. So we are the wrong crowd, really, because everyone else had 3 minutes yesterday. And imagine if I took the style of one of the presenters who said, I had this big thing to share, but because I've been given 3 minutes, I'll just cut it short. But in any case, I am happy that I've been given 7 minutes. The first thing I'd like to say is that you have almost indicated the things I plan to talk about. But there's beauty in it, and that's why I said that I'm glad that I've been given more than 3 minutes. And that beauty I'd like to draw from 2 important presentations yesterday. The first one was by Professor Kanayo, and who said, and I quote, "Our universities, Africa and Asia, produce world-class research, but many of the discoveries remain underutilized due to gaps in commercialization, policy alignment, and industry engagement." I'm sure lots of you would agree with that, won't you? But I'll come back to this. Then last night, the keynote speaker from Ghana hinted that it was time for us to start talking about ourselves and not rely on overseas outlets. That's the way I gathered it. Now I come back to Professor Nayo's, and I will link with the speaker last night. What the speaker last night was particularly saying is, and of course, being a VC at some point, he wouldn't come out quite publicly, but what he was actually asking us to do is to, amongst us, start finding value in our periodicals, in our own journals. You will agree with me that in these parts, if you took a look at Bill's repository, the guy who ran a library somewhere in the US, who had a list of what he called predatory journals, how many of them actually came from the US and the UK? Instead, lots of them came from Asia and Africa. And what sort of index did he use in categorizing those journals as predatory? Very nonsensical indices. Now, last night too, someone said, mentioned a particular university that's been around for a very, very long time. So what they rely on is, having been around for a very, very long time. But we have universities in Africa that have been around for a very, very long time, and they have what I'd regard as reputable journals. And they have had superbly renowned editors-in-chief, whom we even, want to shake hands with when we see them. But their journals were put down there on the Bill's list. So my argument is, beside some of these well-known outlets for sharing research outputs like periodicals, conferences, symposiums, seminars, social media, technology transfer offices, organizational newsletters, websites, technical reports instead of conference proceedings, because conference proceedings are becoming hackneyed, posters in public spaces, heritage sites, academic institutions, intranets, reissue of published works, community newspapers. The elephant in the room that we have to really deal with is the degradation of African science. And I think at some point, I think about a year or two ago, Springer, the one that's about to publish the books that were introduced to us yesterday, perhaps they felt so bad that they had to release a report which said that most of their contributors came from the global south, but in exclusion of China and India. And I found that quite interesting. Yet it is the same Springer that would refuse to have a collection, a book collection, with lots of Indian submissions. And it's the same with Palgrave. It is the same with Emerald. I'm putting a book together, my second volume on entrepreneurship education, and I am told, if I were you, I'll slow down with Indian submissions. And that's true. Go and check these journals, and you would find that those who submit papers to them are not necessarily from the global north. They are from our parts. And we're doing it because we want to be acknowledged. Isn't it time for us to start thinking differently and ask ourselves, where is the best outlet for us to showcase our work? Who really wants to read our work? Our people, isn't it? Whereas the likes of Palgrave, Routledge, Sage would put up high walls. And unless VCU subscribe to them, which I know many universities do, and with this open access thing happening, many of them are becoming frightened. So this sort of collaboration, we should be asking this question. What should we do to promote and socialize our works instead of relying on the global north? But then again, the National Research Foundation, when when you send in an application for a grant, they want to see how many of these Q1, Q3, Q crap you have submitted a paper to. I'm saying it with so much confidence because I work for them. I review their works. And the works that are published in those journals are the ones that they kind of give some credence. Just give me 2 more, please. So I think we should start asking this important question. Where do we go with these so-called high impact factor journals? Who on earth even assigned those high impact factor journal indexes or indices? We should start thinking about ours. Perhaps UNIIC can set up an in-house journal and share your works. I plan to take this message back to my employer and ask, could they join UNIIC? Because I think it's a fantastic platform, a fantastic forum, so that we can start socializing our works and not rely on the so-called established publishers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chooks, for your touching information and waking us up. This is a waking call for Africa and Asia collaboration. I'll make a summary of the key issues that the 2 presenters have highlighted on the avenues for sharing scientific advancements and technology development. The first presenter highlighted 5 key issues. I don't have to go through them. The need for policy and collaboration strategies, the role of the government and NGOs to be included on the board, setting up bilateral agreements which will open up services on intellectual properties and academic and research institution partnerships or joint venture programs. The need for exchange programs for scholars and researchers, and collaborative strategies on research on common agendas between Africa and Asia that includes energy, climate change, food security, water, AI, technology transfers, and joint ventures. So we can capitalize in these key issues and set up research topics or agendas to collaborate among ourselves. And then, without forgetting the PPP, that is public-private partnership, this is very important as a key issue in our agenda. And the second presenter highlighted the gap in commercialization of our research, putting emphasis on the talk about ourselves, the talk about us. Here we are professors, doctors, specialists in the industry, and etc. Why can't we look at ourselves and having avenues for our research rather than considering the impact factors in Scopus journals and elsewhere? Can't we start our own Scopus Africa-Asia? Maybe the time now to think about that. I don't have to repeat everything, but have applause for our 2 speakers, please. Now it's time for the roundtable discussion and the table leaders to unpack the discussion and come up with the way forward. Thank you very much.
was also bilateral science.
And multilateral agreements.
Yeah.
And open science and IP policies.
Yeah.
Joint research projects.
Academic and research institution partnerships.
Joint
Research programs. Today, I don't know, I didn't get why, what is the end result? Is it for us to look at those, why those partners are important, or is it for us to share some more that we are aware of?
So you have to know your objective.
Yeah, they listed some, so we can.
Those like when he was talking, he even talked about the joint research programs, the exchange programs under academic and research institutions. In those research institutions, what are the avenues that we use to share our advances? And I understood it to be like, if we have a doctorate program in one of the universities there, which is dealing with maybe renewable energy or something, how do we then create avenues for us to share those? Can we send our academics to go and do their doctorate there? So that's what we need to do. What are yes, academic institutions?
The question is sharing between ourselves, or is the sharing with the global, or with the world?
It's sharing amongst our Africa-Asia. It's sharing amongst ourselves, so that then when we move out of this place, we know we can work together on this and this, we can look at projects and work together.
Yeah, but I want to know whether we have African Asia journals, that is.
Collaborative journal.
Yeah. So that's what I want to propose that we should establish.
That we, get to the level that we want. I think. So I think what he was trying to say is that start thinking of something that you can create out of this relationship. Than to say we will then push things that are not, the system is still the same. You can't, until you change it, there's nothing that you can do.
Okay, makes sense.
There are many progress together.
Yes.
They are not categorized on the higher end of some research index. So that's what they were saying. We can say right, there are many, but in terms of classification, we always fall short. So that's why we say it's about the problem. That's the problem of the global south. But global north will not.
Instead of our own classification.
Yeah, that's another thing.
That's a point.
I think the issue of what you just said has to do with the fact that
Our own
if
criteria for
with the partner
they
universities,
don't think we're important.
there is like, let's say renewable energy, and there are some advances. There's a portal where I can go and check
Yes, we have to
whether a
accept.
colleague in university in Philippines is doing them in South Africa. I think those avenues, I think this is very good.
Common portals.
Because
We spoke
And using this common portal or repository, everybody that's what access and you can submit the relevant information, relevant opportunities. Maybe there is something in another one, so they can share whatever.
Advanced science.
It's a form of a database. In which we can upload all the information so that we can share whatever we have.
What are we sharing?
Amongst ourselves.
We'll go those. Yeah.
So in our portal, that's why we have our database. Yes. Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Everyone, a member of this, all members of this consortium has the access to open that database so that you can input all the information there and you can share whatever resources you have, and that will also be open to other members.
That's already good because we are publishing for everyone. There was talk about
Something there.
tendencies to speaking while our communities are not in the news. We read and understand.
And it's asked to one minute, but still going back to development. So we think about workforce one university platform.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think sometimes we have mobile technology station. If some university has ability and ability to distribute information, because they need to release more around. Among Africa and Asian universities, which university is strong in IT?
Yes.
That's there.
Maybe Taiwan is strong in IT.
Internet connectivity is important.
Also won last year, beginning of last year.
Yes, but we have a problem for internet connectivity. That's the problem in the Philippines. It's really unstable.
Like, I mean, it's
Yes.
about entrepreneurship,
Yeah.
but you need to develop these stuff.
Creation. Yeah.
But it's one that I was strong through my own research, having knowledge files, like work the communities, work villages, professors, like community, then share the knowledge. And the good thing is the communities also share the knowledge. Yeah, it's not only those very singles, but we also bring the high conferences to the local.
Talk to us about the research in our indigenous language. For better understanding.
So we will be needing commitment. Commitment as to whose institution will do that. Yeah.
So we just indicate or to be developed by member universities, and then maybe indicate they should be identified. That university should be identified.
And
already have this common source. It's very useful for all of outsiders to
Yes.
submit very quickly and to access to many things.
Okay. We can also include there the publications, journals. Yes. So I think that is the for our group, that is the one of the better that we can better include, that we can share.
The question was, still there is this push to say that the license 5 plus journals, journalism can be licensed for your 5 plus.
Yes.
Papers in a way that also maybe those interacting with the standard, but our own
Of the world semiconductor coming from Taiwan. In this also, the chip coming from Taiwan.
they're cheap. Asia, Africa, I didn't know that.
So they have better access and better facility in terms of IT.
We are lucky to have Taiwan members.
Yes. We will ask the commitment of Vice President.
As against Western classification. I think there is
And the content will be discussed.
collect
Yes.
Maybe journal,
there are
maybe
existing journals in Africa.
We can also include our pool of experts, list of our experts from different institutions.
But we said what
So if
profiling,
we can have like a
didn't we have something like profiling?
access journal.
I thought we,
So because this is the problem
profiling
with Western
expertise.
standard.
I thought we said
It's so
something like that.
expensive, no one can
Yeah.
So
Database.
now is free access journals. Collecting all that we already have.
Profiling of experts.
But of course it requires
So we can know we have the pool.
But yes,
A lot of money and
so that in case we will have partnership later for projects, for research, we know what university will be involved, who are the researchers, so at least we have the data.
different fields. That's a long-term project.
Yes.
But all free access.
And I think that is the trend now. We must have that, how do you call it? It's a knowledge unit who manages the talents of the of the human resources,
Yes,
especially among researchers.
collected
So we need really profile of the researchers so that we can tap them whenever we need their expertise.
It's all collected
Yes.
in one website. And anyone who wants to access what's going on in Syria,
Yes.
it's free. I mean, that's a problem with Palgrave. They're not free.
It is also easy to get funds, external funds, if if they know that you have these partners, especially if those researchers are already established in conducting research, so you can easily get that. I also agree with the speaker last night regarding researchers going to the basics, we need to look into our own existing problems. He even mentioned about malaria last night, and although there are a lot already of researchers with that, but of course we need some updates, like in the development of vaccine. We don't have vaccine, even though in the Philippines we don't have vaccine for malaria. We only have medicine. for malaria. That's also a problem in the Philippines before, particularly in our province.
I think
Yeah, way back in 1980s, 80s, 90s, that's really a problem. And there were a lot of researches conducted related to that. There are also experts, no. But at present, if we ask them, where are they? Where are the researchers? We don't have idea and where to get the information. But if we have the database, then it's very easy for us to gather information. And maybe we can also ask them because they are experts in the field. Yeah. So that's also the problem. We call that knowledge management. Knowledge management. So that is one of the strategy. We can include our publications there, including our partnerships.
even with the before we
I'm not sure.
like
Yesterday, how did you present?
the art
So she, mom will already present because yesterday you would. Your turn.
that knowledge
So describe her.
Oh, I'm in trouble. How did you? But the presentation, they start table by table. What they say, table
Is it by table? The presentation also by table? Three, yes. Yesterday we were also the third presenter.
yes for policy.
What else? Technology development.
And also
Sharing
in some
probably
cases,
in our case we are where we don't have that, we still need to improve our performance in terms of technology innovation. That's why we are lucky to be part of this unique consortium, because at least we can tie up with other institutions, leading institutions in the field of technology. So maybe we could also have a partnership in terms of innovation.
Where is our scribe?
Yeah. Ah, yes. Yes. True.
So what were you saying? I was still writing this. What were you saying now? Because he's not here to write. The things that you said now. I was thinking to write.
The West will not come.
Technology sharing. Sharing of technology.
While they don't want to share their
oh yeah, they was talking about exercise and IT for the kids.
What else? We cover everything.
What else? Technology transfer. They call it technology transfer. No. Sharing of technology. What is the correct term?
For the radio.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
So you're saying science?
Science and technology advancement, knowledge sharing.
Yeah, community radio, social
I'm looking at table 7. They proposed a website. In our case, we are proposing a database.
It's the same.
The same,
Yeah, because the database will still be
a
on
part of the website.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this website. So a website, the content of the website is the database.
We have not, when we were out, we added science and technology,
So you have to add.
advancement, knowledge sharing,
research one community to give back
science and
the
technology,
results of the research.
advancement, knowledge sharing.
Royalties, of course. Especially if the knowledge comes from academia.
Yeah, and with South Africa, there is
Knowledge sharing.
access benefit sharing.
Otherwise, it's extraction from local communities. And they will be the one to get the IP, right?
Next group is at 10 o'clock after the tea break. Funding. Funding opportunities.
So are we done with this one? Let's see what
We are done with this.
avenues for sharing scientific advancement.
Technology development. We are proposing that there should be one of the avenue should be a database. So next topic will be funding. Funding opportunities. I'm also thinking that the database is expensive in the Philippines. We have to pay for the license when we create a database. How about in Taiwan? Is it free? If it is owned by the university, maybe it's free. Maybe if it is owned by the university, if the database is owned by the university, will they still pay to the developer or
Don't we pay licenses every year?
I think every year we have to pay license. So our problem now is who will pay?
Who will pay?
Who will pay the database?
The database that is there, we going to piggyback on the one that is in existence. So if they have a database, all we do is to add Asia, Africa, and then get something there. I don't know. I'm thinking.
For ethical reviews. One body. And it can delegate a university to have representatives within the university. So when people from the university would like to research in indigenous community, they will ask for ethical clearance from the body in the university. So, or in the ethical community. So you have, especially medical, so we have a body for that. And
Yes.
your research is
Extra.
invalid if you don't have that ethical then because that means you are using the community.
The international person come and post someone that
Is the international
research account, the international research account of the Philippines
we have to submit to that body.
to the national
Yes.
body.
International researchers could not just go to communities and do research.
But if they are coming as a staff exchange to a university,
Morning.
If the university where they belong. So it's automatic. Any research in the Philippines is done. Is approved ethically. Ethical review board. Something like that. Well, if you just want
So the
to do
purpose of this
research,
survey is we are in the midst of the developing an AI-enabled platform contributed by APU and CIT India. So as the outcome, so it's a collaborated between three UC, including UMP. So UMP will run the roundtable, and we will be at the background, develop the AI-enabled platform. So we hope that with this AI-enabled platform, and this is also coincide with the avenue, how you can do the sharing. So we would like to hear from you, what would you expect or what will you hope to see in the platform? So that when the developer, the computer science programmers, when they're actually developing the platform, they can capture what are the features, criteria, functions, what do you hope to see in the platform? Alright, sorry, it's not exam paper, yeah? So it's survey questions, alright? So if you can do this, thank you. So if you can do this for us, alright, and we'll collect, by tea break. So this will go to our programmer in terms of development, and we hope that we will launch this together with UMP in CIT, alright, in India. And we will also want to launch, this will go as a summary, it will launch into part of the reports that we could also launch in India together with UMP. All right? So if you can kindly just take 5-10 minutes, if you can just put down your thoughts, most appreciated. Okay, before I forget, I think Kanaya is reminding me, for the African delegates, can you please go to the registration during the tea break and confirm your participation for 14 and 15 excursion. All right, 14 will be Kruger Park, 15 is the Panorama route. For the Asian group, we have actually confirmed ours, including Tanzania and Prof. Su. So the rest, if you all can kindly confirm your participation in order to allow them to manage the logistic for the next 2 days. All right, during tea break. Anything else? Yeah, it's free. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so, sorry, I forgot to mention. Yeah, so we have to thank to UMP. Yeah. So we thank UMP, all right, for the, it's actually fully complimentary, at the hospitality of a UMP. All right, thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. For free. Thank you, because we were asked to prepare for it, and we were asking yesterday how much we are going to pay. Okay, so we're done. We are ready with our presenter. Yesterday, we paid it. Yesterday, madam, we were allowed only to have 5 minutes presentation. 4 goes to Sir, the first, and 1 minute to me. I presented the last topic, 1 minute.
1 minute. So you present one topic and finish, and then the second one.
Yes. We are the third presenter because we are in table.
So there's no wrong and right answer.
No, they don't ask. No, they don't ask. Maybe the secretariat will, the UFN will summarize all the things that we have discussed, then and we finalize it.
So we need to answer the questions.
You have to answer it.
What are the questions?
And this is what we are talking about. It should include the pool of experts, in any scientific field. Individual answer.
Let me look for another. Maringote, man. Ingibheke nginamapeni amaningi namabuba avumbuka khona la. Nawe ngirili. Yabo, ngitsheli. Ngiyavumbuka nami. Ngiyini. Singapore.
I don't know about this. The AI design. I don't know. No. Refer. Please refer to IT expert.
Attention, please. As you finalize filling the questionnaire, let us proceed with our next session, where we'll have 3 presenters presenting the topic on funding opportunities for scientific advancements and technology development. I welcome our 3 presenters, Dr. Prudence Mahura, Professor Singh Hau, and Professor Emeritus Sue Walker. Please, our 3 presenters, come forward, please. Applause our presenters, please. Dr. Prudence Mahura, Executive Director, International National Research Foundation, South Africa. You're most welcome. Please. Then, Professor Singh Hau is the Vice President, National University of Khao Hisung, Taiwan, and Professor Emeritus Sue Walker is the University of Free State, Bloemfontein, Pretoria. So our first presenter, please, Dr. Prudence, please, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Can I? Hello. Okay. This one. Oh, okay. Good morning, colleagues. So I have a couple of slides, but I'm going to try to run quickly over them. The organizers will share the slides with you, and then I've also put some contact details in some of the opportunities. So if you want to follow up and ask further questions on some of the opportunities, there are email addresses that I've indicated on each opportunity that I'm going to flag. So before I start, I just want to explain to our non-South African colleagues what the National Research Foundation is. Yesterday, okay, how do... Oh, yeah. Yesterday, our keynote speaker outlined the South African National System of Innovation and Higher Education, so I'm not going to repeat that, but it's very important for colleagues to understand where the NRF is and what role we play in the National System of Innovation. So as you can see on your slides, that's the entire system in front of you. It starts with government departments, and there are different regulatory bodies and agencies that play a role. And you can see that the NRF plays a dual role. So we are a national funding agency, and we are also an R&D and research and innovation performer, because we are responsible for developing and for maintaining the national research facilities. So that's how we are also contributing to research. And then also the NRF funds fundamental research. We also fund applied research. But if you are interested in technology and commercialization, there is another entity in South Africa that's responsible for that, and it's the one underneath the NRF, with the acronym TIA, Technology Innovation Agency. So we don't go to the space of commercialization as the National Research Foundation. I just wanted to make that clear for colleagues who are not South Africans. And colleagues, just quickly, so as the NRF, we partner, we have different types of partnerships, and these are established differently, and they address different issues. So that's our network of partners highlighted on the screen. And because we are an entity of government, we are also responsible for making sure that we implement the agreements that have been signed at governmental level. So our line function ministry is the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And when they sign agreements with foreign government departments, that agreement comes to the NRF for implementation. That's our responsibility. But because we are also established by an act of parliament, we have direct responsibilities of making sure that we contribute to human capacity development and to research. So we also go out and we find partners for the South African system. Oh, I did not. Sorry. I thought you were looking at the beautiful slide of our networks. So all this time, I'm sorry. That's a beautiful slide of our networks. So this networks takes many different shapes and form. You can see that our biggest partners are actually government departments, but also the NRF-like, agencies in other countries. But we partner with regional bodies. We partner with many different partners. So when I looked at the countries that are involved in this network, the list of I think it's 11 countries, you said, that are involved in this network. And I realized that some of these countries at our governmental level or at the NRF level, we don't necessarily have strong partnerships with them yet. So we're not launching calls for proposals, with these countries. But some of the countries that you are partnering with, on your lending slides, I saw that there is Ghana there, Egypt, Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda. Those are the countries that we also work very strongly with. But we are still exploring partnerships with the Philippines, Indonesia, and the rest. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me start with the African countries. As you can see on the slide, it would be nice if I could move because then I could point nicely, but at the bottom there, you can see the list of African countries that we work very closely with. So these are 17 African countries, and in 2015, the NRF, I think that would be. It's not allowing me, I'm sorry. So in 2015, the NRF stopped having all bilateral agreements with African countries in 2015. And the reason why the NRF stopped this is because there was a need to take a pause and to try to capacitate the granting systems of some of these African countries. So it's very much difficult to partner if you do not have systems that allows you to actually grant research and innovation. You know, so we took a pause and then we tried to invite these countries who are interested in developing the systems. And also some of these countries did not even have like an NRF-like agency, you know, in their country. So we needed to take a pause and assist them to develop this type of agencies so that they can, that we can partner with them and fund research and innovation. So those are the 17 countries that showed interest in wanting to be capacitated in that sense. So the capacitation, thank you so much. Hello? Oh, you see? So the capacitation then, sorry. So the capacitation took place from 2015 to 2020, the first 5 years. We partnered with many funders to help us do this, especially the development aid funders like your IDRC, NORAD in Norway, SIDA in Sweden, and so forth. They were helping us to do that. So we've been doing that since 2015. And now we feel like there are some countries that are now ready to start now working with us to start funding joint research programs. So it's only now that now we are starting now to develop the bilateral agreements. And I've highlighted the countries that we are starting with in terms of bilateral agreements, which means once we've signed the bilateral agreement, we'll then work on programming, and then we'll then start launching bilateral calls. So these countries here, I'm sorry, I flagged the national funding agencies instead of countries. UNCST is Uganda. So we signed with Uganda in November last year. So we are now busy developing a program and a framework to launch a call with Uganda. NCRST is Namibia. We are working on signing an agreement with Namibia. Fundisat is Angola. We have an agreement that we are working with currently that I'm reviewing with Angola. And then once it's signed, we'll start launching calls. COSTEC is Tanzania, FNI is Mozambique, and then we have RCZ Zimbabwe, FONST is Cote d'Ivoire, and then FONRIT is Burkina Faso. So those are the countries that we are starting with because these are the countries that have been with us since the beginning of the SGCI. It does not mean that we will not work with the other countries. It's just that we need to take the first steps. And also, please note that with all the 17 countries, we are already partnering. We might not be launching bilateral calls, but there are many other ways in which we are partnering under multilateral, programs and so forth. And there are countries also that are not under the 17, that are also a priority for South Africa in line with our Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, like Egypt as an example. Egypt is not there, but we are working with Egypt and we will develop, agreements with Egypt. So here I'm just showing from the Granting Council's perspective, but there are countries that we are working with the department because we have to implement for the department. So right now, you won't see any bilateral calls coming out with NRF. Sorry. So I'm going to get into how we partner with Asian countries. Our first big partner is Japan, as you can see on the screen. So we have different ways in which we partner with Japan. There is a program that we developed a couple of years ago called the AJ Core. is Africa-Japan Collaborative Research Program. And this program, we are working together with the GST of Japan. Now, this program focuses on environmental science as the overarching theme because it addresses so many other SDGs, as you can see there below. We have African countries who are putting money into this program, who are launching calls with the NRF and Japan and putting money. Those are the African countries that I've highlighted on the screen here. These are the African countries. Namibia and Angola is highlighted green because they are only joining the 2025 call. We are working on finalizing the 2025 call, and then we are planning to launch it in mid-May. So those African countries that are interested in applying, you know, you can wait for May for the call. It's a big research call. We support research for a maximum period of 3 years. And then we have an annual call that we launch with JSPS of Japan. This is a research mobility call. So if you are interested, it's going to open in June. I've provided the email address to follow up if you want to know if it's open. And then also we support this university network between South Africa and Japan. It's called the SAJU. There are also details there if you want to know information. Yes. Okay, I'm going to run quickly now. You'll get the slides. China is another one. We have an annual call with China. This call is going to come out in June. And then we have another call with China that's called the Young Scientist Exchange Program. This is about sabbaticals. So it provides emerging researchers with sabbaticals at each other's countries. So you can apply for that. It's going to open actually next week, Monday, this call. And then BRICS. BRICS is a big one. So you know that now with BRICS Plus, we have other African countries that have joined the big BRICS Plus. There are so many funding agencies, you know, under BRICS. And from the South African side, we have around, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 funding agencies from South Africa that are involved with BRICS. We are currently working on the 2025 call, so look out for it. It's going to come out soon. I've highlighted the BRICS thematic areas that we use. So sometimes, depending on negotiation, we are never too sure which thematic area is going to be used for a specific call. Right now, we are still negotiating, and we have to take into consideration the new BRICS countries when we do the negotiation. I'm almost there. And then this one as well, this one is a beautiful one. It's funded by the UK government and managed by the NRF. This one involves all the 17 countries that are highlighted. All the 17 African countries can apply for this one. It's intra-Africa mobility linked to physics. There are thematic areas there. So you can actually apply as African countries. You can, you know, if you want to start a network, you are free to apply to start a network. If you want to do an exchange program, you are free to do that. If you want to visit each other's laboratories, you can apply and do that. So it's coming out on the 1st of March this year, this one. So it's intra-Africa mobility, although it's funded by the UK government. And then there is this one that is currently open. I thought you might find this one interesting. It's under the European Commission, but African countries, I've highlighted the African countries that are putting money, that are involved in this. It's closing on the 27th, I think, or 20-something of March. So it's still open for pre-proposals. And then colleagues were talking too much about exchange and mobility and so forth. The NRF has a KIC, which is a mobility program that you can tap into. So you can, South African researchers can actually apply and visit, you know, their partners. You can also apply as a postgraduate student, like a PhD student, through the supervisor. It's got different categories, and the call is going to open on Monday. The other one that, okay, there's a conference fund. So if your platform, you know, wants to host a conference, you can apply for a conference fund. The call is coming out on the 17th as well. And then there is another one for equipment-related travel and training grants. So this one is also going to open on Monday. I think that's it. I'm so sorry I had to run through it like that.
He's working. Thank you. Dr. Prudence, for your presentation. It has been an eye-opener for us to explore these various opportunities that are available for Africa-Asia collaboration. Okay, let me take this opportunity to welcome our second presenter, Professor Singh Hau. Please, Professor.
I think I have slides. Oh, sorry. So we have. Is there? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Greetings. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, it's my turn from the Asia perspective to introduce the potential funding opportunities that could establish the joint research collaboration opportunity between the Asian countries and African countries. So also, first of all, I'd like to highlight several international levels funding opportunities and future potentials for the enhancement between the Asia and Africa collaboration. And I will also very quickly have the overview from Taiwan's case, how we have a collaboration among Taiwan and African states. Actually, Taiwan has done many of the joint collaboration with many African countries since 1970s. But of course now there are only a few countries that has the official diplomatic relation with Taiwan. But still, I think the Taiwan has seeking for a bilateral relation with several African countries, notwithstanding the official diplomatic relation. Okay, so first of all, I would like to highlight several of my. Oh, okay, so okay, so well, actually, the funding opportunities are multi-layers. From international level, I think there's a great potential between the ASEAN and Africa Union. We have already go through this in our roundtables discussion. But I would like to highlight that there are some non-African regional countries members in African Development Bank group. So that could be a potential avenues, and that non-African states could, contribute to the African Development Bank, because I think the Asia Development Bank has done a tremendous job at the headquarters in the Philippines. And they also have the personal trainings and capacity buildings projects that's called ADBI, Asia Development Bank Institute. I think our Filipino friends will know better about what the achievement made by the ADB. So I think there was a great potential for the African Development Bank group that could come up with the collaboration opportunities with other non-members. I think now I checked, there are 4 Asian countries has become the non-regional countries as a member for the African Development Bank group. That's Japan and Korea, China and India. Okay, so I think just most recently I found out that there's an energy summit hosted by the African Development Bank group. Is about they have come out with the Mission 300. I don't know whether you are aware of this. And just on February 12th, Germany government has proposed an initiate for energy transition to enhance its funding opportunities with the African countries. About the Mission 300, I think they as a target, and then the main aim is to have the access of 300 million African populations by 2030. And also it is initiative also includes the financing for the youth entrepreneurship. So I think that's a good start. To use the African Development Bank Group as a platform, and then Asian country governments or the private sectors could have a contribution to this platform. So that would be at an international level. And as for a national level, I would like to highlight several of by our case in Taiwan. I think many of you would know that Taiwan is noted for the IT industry, especially for the chip making, the semiconductors. And there's a global cluster companies in Taiwan called TSMC. These are Taiwan Semiconductors companies. So that around about 65% globally of the chip supply is provided by leading by the TSMC and whole the clusters in Taiwan. And these semiconductor clusters start in northern Taiwan. It's called Hsinchu. And now it's moved forward to the southern Taiwan. This is where I come from, the Kaohsiung. So the TSMC will have a new plant just 2 kilometers away from my campus. But that's the most advanced manufacturing process. That will be the 2 nanometers. And of course, that's world leading cutting edge technology for the 2 nanometers that made for the AI. So that's why the CEO of the NVIDIA, Mr. Huang, always visiting Taiwan because he's also Taiwanese born about the AI. So this funding comes from diverse sources from Taiwan's case, but mostly will focus on the government. So the government policies plays a vital role for the funding opportunities and funding sources through the specialized grants, loans, and private ventures. Okay, so there are several key ministries involved about funding, especially for international funding. One is the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the National Development Council, and the National Science and Technology Council is quite similar like NRF in South Africa. And there was also the National Science and Technology Council would administrate all the P-Corp programs. That's called National Science and Technology Development Plans that cover everything from basic research to apply and cross-discipline innovation projects. Okay, so I will highlight several of the key features of our supporting programs from our Taiwanese government. That's one. First of all, it's an A+ industry innovative R&D program that have a 6 key strategies industry for Taiwan. For example, like AI, the semiconductors, ICT, and also the drone. And most recently, the smart agriculture is also the key industry for Taiwan to promote. Okay. And also using unmanned vehicles technology. So this is the overview of these 6 key strategies companies programs. Of course, Taiwan also officially announced for the net zero emission targets by 2050. Although Taiwan is not official members of the United Nations, but we also follow the international trend and the international agreements obligation. So many of the industry found, okay, okay. I will skip that, okay. And also from the private sector, it's the third dimension that from our funding resource. It's a joint venture capital and angel investors. For example, like many of the applications for smartphones ventures. And I would like to highlight that in Kaohsiung is the harbor city. So in the harbor place, we most recently established the new Asia Bay startup terrace. And that's fully funded by the government. So, so for example, for African startup, they can come to Taiwan if they want to work with the industry, especially IT industry. They can rent for 2 years. I think it's no fees. And of course, the government and the administrative offices of these new Asia Bay startup terrains will help you for matching for the funding resources and the interest industry. Okay. Okay, also the technology parks is one also the feature for Taiwan's IT industry boosting. Now in southern Taiwan, we have two science parks. There's also surrounding our campus. Yeah, so that we have the semiconductor cluster in the southern Taiwan. So if Africa would like to to promote for the IT or ICT industry, I think Taiwan will have great potentials. And also we have some development agencies, just like the previous speakers say, that we have okay, last one. The bilateral agreements that I've mentioned, that in Taiwan we have a bilateral agreement with the Swatini. Also we have several small agricultures, yeah. And also for the carbon sink. This is also one of the features that Taiwan would like to contribute to the international society. Okay, I think that's, my time's up, so I will wrap it up here. Thank you very much for your listening.
Oh, is this better? Okay, so we don't need to do any exercises. Oh, all right, that's good. I'm only here to give you some inspiration about funding and what I found might work and might not. So my first point is that you need to know your client. You must know your stakeholder. You must know who you're going to try and serve. So maybe this is a group or something. Maybe when we become old, we want to see that we're doing something useful or worthwhile. When we only trying to serve ourselves and finish our PhD or our postdoc, then maybe we're still looking inward a little bit, but now I'm looking outward. What can I do to help somebody? So I think that we have to identify two things. And the first one, we want to fill. Because if we don't know a gap that we're going to fill, then we're going to repeat something that somebody else has already done. So do we know our clients and our stakeholders and all the processes so that we can see, oh, here's a gap that I should go and fill. The other thing that we need to know about is who's going to fund us. And we've already had two very nice detailed presentations, although they were specific for a country, but that gives us homework. We must go and look in our country to see what kind of things may be available if it wasn't one of your countries that was represented here this morning. So now if you know your gap and your group that you want to serve, then you know who's going to fund it, because only funders only also have their favorite food, don't they? So now we need to find out about the calls. So Prudence has told us about a number of calls for South Africa, and that was very kind of her. But we need to know that website and be able to know and go and find out where and who and how, and then send those things to our colleagues. Because when I send something out, then they say to me, Prof. Sue, why did you tell us so late? Why didn't you know about it yourself? Why are you waiting for me, who's retired, to tell you that you should apply for money? No. So we need to make a tailored call. So your dress must exactly fit you, you know. It must be tailored for me, because if we put this dress on Prof. Angelina, it'll be far too big, yes, Prof. Toko, exactly. But if I try to fit in hers, it's also going to look very terrible. So the proposal must also be tailored according to what that funder wants. What is that funder's appetite? And so sometimes we say, if you don't ask the right question, you won't get the right answer. This was the theme when I got my master's, the keynote speaker that night. And I found that it really works. For instance, my Ethiopian students were with us in Free State. And we kind of knew their money didn't come through. So the first day I asked my student, did you eat today? Yeah, I ate. Yeah. Then I went home and I thought, that was the wrong question. Because maybe when he says he ate, he just had coffee. You know, the Ethiopians love their coffee. Huh? So the next day I said to him, what did you eat? And I asked him, what did you eat for breakfast? But the Ethiopians don't really eat breakfast. They have something at 10 o'clock. So the next day I thought, oh no, I must ask him another question. What did you eat at lunchtime yesterday? Now he has to get big eyes and say, oh, Prof, I don't have any money. So are we asking the right questions? Because otherwise we won't ever get to the right answer. What question is your farmer asking? What question is your consumer asking? Can we answer that? Can we then think when we're making our proposal for something unique, something special, something specific that we thought about? Oh no, sorry, it's only the retired professors that have got time to put their feet up and think. No. You guys must also start to think. Don't just follow the crowd. Be unique. Think about something. Okay, then we have to write the proposal, don't we? Yes. Okay, so maybe it's got to be clear and concise. I love to put bullet points. Then the people say, yeah, but we can't see what that really means. So why don't you try to explain to your grandmother? My master's thesis was on methodology, so I had to explain to my mother, who was typist then, because we didn't have a computer, what was a thermocouple psychrometer? Well, I knew by the end of my master's what a thermocouple psychrometer was, because my mother also knew. So go and try and explain your idea and your concept logically to your mother or your grandmother. If you don't have one, go find one. There's lots of grandmothers on the corner of the street. So write your proposal from the gap, find an objective or a question, and each one of those objectives, they must have something in the methodology. So if there's an objective saying, I will to do this, then there better be somewhere in the methodology how to do that, to do this, okay? From that methods, you need to know already, think about what is your result. I give my students a one-page outline for an article. So at the top of the article, you must have the title and the authors, but it all fits in one A4 page. Now you've got your point form of what is your background, here's what's the objective, methods. Then you draw some little diagrams of what is the result that you expect, so that you know that you're going to measure the right things, so that the result shouldn't be a surprise. We should have already brainstormed logically what we can expect to be the result. But there might be some permutations, aren't there? So it could be this or it could be that. We don't always know exactly what our result is. But our result must point to some output. If my students ask the question, can I quench your thirst? This is her title of her first objective. I will quench Prof's thirst. How will you know when I'm not thirsty anymore? She will bring me a cup of tea. I will say, thank you. Oops, I'm still thirsty. Bring me another coffee. Thank you, I'm still thirsty. Oh, bring me water. I can take a lot of water. No. The question should be to bring Prof. Sue a bottle of water or a glass of water or a cup of tea. Something that is achievable. Our output must be something that is actually viable, achievable. And then, of course, that output can make some impact outside there for our clients. Because it's not only the water for me, but it's the water for the grandmother in the street. It's the water for the child at the school. It's fulfilling that gap that you identified at the beginning. But how many of you have had that, in English we say, Dear John letter? It's a rejection letter. Whew, we've all had it, haven't we? Let's not be discouraged. These are the steps we go through with our research. I like to say that failure is the back door to success. But failure is only the back door to success if I can stand up afterwards. If I go and cry in the corner for 5 minutes, it's fine. Then I must stand up and say, what am I going to do about this rejection? I'm going to do something else. So, who's the most important person in this group? Have you been following them at tea time? You don't have to talk to them. Have you stood next to Prof. Toko just all the time? Just stand next to her. She will notice you. Okay, you can hear what she's saying. You can get some ideas. Did you stand next to Prof. Chong after he gave his talk yesterday? You don't have to ask him a question. Just go stand there next to him, and you can hear what he's talking to the other big guys about. Okay? So that's the way you shadow the experts. So let's not be discouraged. Let's take failure as our back door to success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your good presentation, Emeritus Professor Suolka. Guys, let's give applause to our presenters, please. Okay, funding opportunities for scientific advancements and technology development. I'll make a summary of what the presenters have highlighted so that we can unpack the discussion. There are funding opportunities for the NRF funding and network of partners, including both African countries. Okay, thank you. Which includes African countries, Asian countries, and other countries such as BRICS Plus, Africa-UK partnerships, and there are varieties of conference funding that we can explore and capitalize when we discuss about our Africa-Asia collaboration. There are funding opportunities that link Taiwan and Africa by capitalizing African Development Bank Group, but there are African-Taiwan collaborations since 1970s, where the government of Taiwan can allow grants, whereas private venture capitals can provide loans and incubators as well. There are clear understanding about Japan, Korea, China, and India when they come on board in our collaboration, and there are varieties of funding opportunities available. There is Energy Summit or Energy Transition and funding opportunities, where more than 300 million African population by 2030 has been put on board, and consideration for energy. Therefore, topics and issues related to energy can highly be considered. There is NSTC in Taiwan and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. There is A+ Industry, IC Design, and summit subsidies, which we can look at and explore various opportunities. We need to understand who is our stakeholder when we are preparing our proposals. We need to match the gap, stakeholders, link the objectives with the research methodologies, and find better ways to communicate with our funders. We need to have proposals that are tailored toward the interests of the funders. So we need to identify what the funders want before submitting our proposals. Then we need to ask them the right questions to the right people and expect to get the right answers. The opposite is a failure. But we don't have to fear failure, because failure is the luck, is the back to the success. Thank you. Okay, our presenters, please go back to your tables as we discuss together and unpack these discussions. Thank you very much.
Funding agents, what do we say? Funding opportunities for scientific advancement
This one is tricky.
and technology development.
Maybe we can say there's limitation. We got information from few countries and agencies, so maybe within the consortium, we need to have more information provided to members. Maybe the same approach of the portal. That the information, you can see the information that is provided here, some of the information is not filtering through to the members. So yeah, I think it's about information sharing and awareness. That would be the best one. Oh, I'm writing.
But I also thought when she was presenting the lady were you can, from South Africa and other African countries, you can apply for funding to go to these countries that are not for an exchange program. We can still access the NRF fund. So I think NRF, there's an opportunity for us to get the funding from them. They also, with NRF, we can also request that other countries, they start negotiating with the Asian team and other African universities that are countries that are not part of it.
So who will handle the fund? If ever there will be project, for example, project that will be funded by NRF between Africa and the Philippines.
Yes.
Okay, so who will manage the fund?
For those countries that have agreements that are funded, it shouldn't be a problem. NRF will ensure that the countries with the agreements, the funding does go to the universities, depending on how we submitted our proposal. But with these ones that the countries do not have funds, we would not have agreements. We could get an NRF fund, the ones that are funded. And then on your side, you also get funding from your own entities, and then work on a project together. If you see what you understand what I mean. But then the second thing would be to encourage NRF to also enter into agreements with these other countries, so that Asia is also catered for fully.
Yeah, because if you look at what she presented, Japan, China, of course, India will also be part of that. But the countries that are part of the consortium are not mentioned there. So I think that's an opportunity for the NRF to reach out to those countries.
So we negotiate, we lobby NRF to reach out to the countries that are part of our consortium. That's what I was saying.
But the lobby should come from the South African University to say we've got partnership with universities in the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Malaysia. Can we then start talking?
Are they funding any projects that you wanted to submit, or there is a how do you call that? The theme that should be funded, or the agenda that should be funded?
So we have started with NRF, maybe right there, NRF. That's the top thing, because this is relevant for NRF. And then
I didn't catch the Taiwan presentation. What was he talking about?
he was talking about the technology that is so advanced, and also the funding that they get, and also smart agriculture and ICT. So now we need to identify the funding agencies that are there, as you said.
Yeah, but now we end up going to the European Union, so, but we don't want to.
We can. It's not like we don't want to. I agree. The
Or maybe
European
UN.
UN.
UNESCO.
We could fund their country and the two of us or something like that. So there's Erasmus funding. It's like you're writing what I was, you're thinking what I was. Oh.
European Union. You see another one. Erasmus Mundus. The question is, how is the interaction with Europe in terms of research? Do you also have some relations with Europe, European countries?
They do.
Okay.
In the Philippines, our funding, we can submit, that is proposal based. The government also funds. There are funding institutions for every in the government, but it depends upon the field. Like for example, for agriculture, there is a specific. That's why I'm asking if this MRF is also like that, because in our case, if the project is about agriculture, the funder can be the Department of Agriculture, some sort of like that. If that is for engineering, IT, innovation, that should be from the Department of Science and Technology, some sort of like that. But we cannot get funds immediately. We need to submit proposal, and their proposal is competitive based. Yeah, so they will have that call for proposals. Okay, if they sometimes you can submit as high as 200, but they will only select 2 or 3.
So there's limitations.
Yes.
I think this one is the competitive.
Yes, competitive proposal.
I have to benchmark the first thing is from CSPS, Japan Society for Promotion of Science. CSPS provides some funds, but for a single university. For single university. But when we talk about the Erasmus provides some fund for many universities who work together. So I think that we need something like Erasmus. Yeah. Erasmus is a good benchmark for our college.
vendor?
The process is funded by European Union. But for our case, is it possible to establish the Africa-Asia Roundtable? Because we need the funding providing for many universities coming from many countries from the fourth region. It's the idea. It is that how to our forum to the international.
You right?
I don't know how to write it. What would you say?
Upskilling the unit to intelligence.
We put our money, we contribute money into one pot.
Or to establish commitment between the different countries.
Okay, commitment of universities on to fund projects. Universities to commit funds.
Depends on the top management of each university.
Yes.
Not true.
And it depends upon the availability of the budget also. Because, yes.
Because, but when you start a project, you can start with a small amount of money,
Yeah.
hoping that you will apply and get funding. So that would be a startup.
And also provide some budget maybe for specific topic. For example, climate change, for the what problem, what for the global issue, for agriculture, energy.
It's a difficult one, this one.
Something interesting that presented by Taiwan, that is the participation from industry, from private sector. Because industry is the main user of our alumni.
Yes.
So we are very hard to produce alumni, but industry is very easy to keep our production. But where is their participation?
In case of the Philippines, some of the industries fund the research. They ask the researchers to conduct a specific research that they need, like for example, related to environment and energy, renewable energy. So they ask the university to submit a proposal, and they will fund the proposal and the implementation of the project. And we just have the agreement as to who will own for example, in case of publication, what are our deliverables for that. So there are some, but of course, in our case, it is very easy to get funds, especially if the project is approved. But in case of our system, the bureaucracy, the policy as to how you can get money is really difficult in our end. It's really difficult. We have to undergo that process in which, I don't know, the money is there, but you cannot utilize it because you have to follow procedures. And it takes time. Procurement process, bidding process, especially in terms of facilities, it's very difficult. So I think researchers sometimes, in the case of the Philippine setting, no, with the government, we wanted, we have that desire, a strong desire to complete this paper. Actually, I am solving one problem now because my our project leader has a research in funded by the government. It is about health, and they have problem now because there is a confusion. It seems that the region and the national do not agree with the requirements. So wherein if they are the one who requires for it. So some sort of like that. These are small things in which the fund cannot be released because of the miscommunication or because there's a gap in terms of their agreement. So we call that a bureaucracy, the government. Then sometimes they already release the fund, but they still question as to how you will do it. Even though you presented already your line item budget, your work and financial plan, your Gantt chart, but they are still asking how you can do it. That's why, in the case of the university, sometimes the researchers would say, we will do projects, we will conduct research, but we will not be the one to disperse the money. Just give us things to do, fund our activities. So that is also what I'm telling with the private funders. I told them, even though we have projects with Australia, I told them, okay, you can do the research, we can conduct the project, but you will be the one to manage the fund. Just pay us in terms of the deliverables of what we have done. But please do not transfer the money to our university. That will be a problem. Yes. So that's a difficulty of a of a researcher, not only in our university, but that is true to the Philippines.
In terms of the funds, it's very
Yes. So that hinders the researchers to conduct research. Diba? We want to conduct research. We have that this. Yes. Yeah. The project, yes, the project will run for 2 years. Project will run for 2 years, but 1 year, the first 1 year is only utilized for the processing of all the documents needed. And then the project will only start in the second year. And how about your deliverables to the funder? They also have timeline. Actually, we have. We have. But that is still the problem. Yes. The process itself. There's no problem for private. Anytime they can release fund, anytime if you said, okay, these are the things that we have, these are the activities that we have done, these are the money that we need, okay, they will give it to you. But for government, very difficult.
Another issue is about the working fund, like the
Yes.
For example, when we are visiting South Africa, and in Asia, we are not together, but we need to share the fund. So I think it's another possibility about the working fund.
Matching from, yeah, probably. That is possible also.
But it is not government fund.
Yes.
Matching fund.
Matching fund.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for breakfast. I think we should. Okay. Professor Angelina has announcements. Then we'll break for breakfast. All right.
All right. Before we break for the tea break, all right. So announcement before we break for the tea break. I think you all have actually wrapped up all your discussion. So after tea break, there will be the third panel. All right, in terms of discussion. Right after the third panel, before lunch, it will be the group discussion and presentation. So again, we can do better than our students, right? So 3 minutes of pitching. All right. Yes, okay, we can do better than our students. All right, just a gentle reminder for African delegates, can you please go to the registration counter and confirm your participation for tomorrow, 14 and 15, the day after tomorrow, all right? For the Asian delegates, can you please also go to the registration counter to collect your T-shirts, University of Mpumalanga T-shirts, thank you very much, all right? So, and the African delegations, you can still collect your T-shirt, but please confirm. All right, so please confirm your participation for tomorrow so that they can do all the logistics and move on to the next counter. All right, so with this, thank you very much. We'll see you back for tea break.
Hello, hello, hello. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, please occupy your seats. We want to proceed with our last session. I beg your attention, please. We want to proceed with our last session, where we'll invite 3 presenters. It's almost afternoon. Okay, hello, please occupy your seats. We have our 3rd presentation today entitled Regional Co-Incubation Strategies. And we'll have our 3 presenters. Our first presenter will be Dr. Patrick Ebeo, Head Center for Entrepreneurship, Shoane University of Technology. Our second presenter will be Dr. Father Daniel Franklin Pilario, the President of Adamson University, Philippines. And our third presenter will be Professor Anjali Nayi, the Director of Research Management, Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. Please applaud to our 3 presenters. Okay, may I now invite our first presenter to discuss on regional co-incubation strategies. Please, you're most welcome.
All right, I'll go first. All right, so I'm basically these co-incubation strategies and the idea initiated by Dr. Josefina, which is the DOST of Mimaropa in Philippines. All right, so we have been discussing, how can we do a co-incubation between different regions and between different countries. Each of us here, we actually have the universities who also owns the incubation center or have incubation center which is actually established. So we actually support and mentor our student startups. So the idea is how can we support beyond our own country? How can we support our student startups who would like to breach or enter into another different market? Because if you know of today, globalization has cut across everything. Technology has also increased the rate of the globalization. So with the new startups, they need to go into different markets. So we have been discussing on this. So I'll just summarize the discussions that we had in the UNIIC. So UNIIC has been looking at opportunity and also exploring, on strategies that we can come together to actually co-incubate, either co-incubate or co-invest in some of our student startups or even academic spin-off companies. So the earlier initiative that we have been thinking was to actually work with venture capitalists. So we have been discussing with a couple of venture capitalists from Japan, Korea, America, and Singapore. All right. So these are the venture capitalists which are actively seeking and actively working with the incubation center at the university level. However, some of the challenges that we face is the universities. Most of the universities startups are actually at the early stage. So the product needs to have beyond prototyping, there needs to be beyond MVP, and they requires it to be also have some market tractions before the venture capitalist is interested to actually invest. So this is one of the areas that we are still in discussion to see whether any venture capitalist group who are interested in early stage startups, not the mature stage. So most venture capitalists on Series A to Series C are mainly looking at more matured startups. All right. So it is a challenge. So this is where we would like to look at two different spectrum. Have a discussion in your table later on. It's like, if it's an early stage startups, how could we actually support, and what kind of seed funding, that we can actually secure to support? Or is it only the mentoring, the sharing of the regulatory barriers, and understanding of the cultures of the country that would, is it sufficient to help the student in the early startups? But of course, the matured, they are really looking at a serious game. So they are looking at pitching for series A, B, and C as well. Okay, so this is where we started to discuss. So Mima Ropa, DOST Mima Ropa is actually thinking of like establishing a couple or engaging a couple of a ministry in different countries to actually comes together if they could actually look at a co-incubation platform. So basically today, we would like to suggest that you can provide, some of your thoughts and recommendations that we could actually incorporate into the co-incubation strategies. Or it could be, say, look, Angelina, it doesn't work. All right? So tell us, whether if it works or it doesn't work. So because there are various factors as well, even including like IP patents, including like, if you goes into a different countries, is it a different regulatory barriers, different cultural, different requirement in terms of your product and services? So tell us, yeah? So that's all on my 3 minutes, just a very short overarching, all right, so that I will set the momentum for the other two speakers.
Thank you, Professor Angelina Yi, for setting up foundation for the second two presenters. So let me take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Patrick Ebeo. Please.
Is it afternoon? It's still morning. Morning, esteemed guests, Chairperson of Council, VC, and all other guests, and especially to our Asian friends. Good morning. I think for me, I want to start off with one particular statement that the future of the global entrepreneurship no longer resides at the Silicon Valley. You will find that as we are seated right now, there's a lot of craft of mini village startups in our villages, in cities, and some already have started talking about the issues of how we can harness regional ecosystems. So most definitely, what we are looking at is looking at entering a new innovative and entrepreneurship era, and the collaboration comes in a bit handy. The other thing I want to bring up is we need to recognize that entrepreneurship is a journey. Entrepreneurship is a journey. She mentioned the various stages. One of the most important things that we need to think about is, should we consider the co-incubation? What co-incubation are we looking at? What are we co-incubating? Outside of the stages, which sectors are we co-incubating? And that brings me up to the issue of the regional uniqueness. Asia brings us a developed startup ecosystem. There is technology, the colleague already mentioned, in issues of Taiwan. They have investment or investors, and they do have manufacturing expertise, if we want to look at our colleagues from China. While Africa might not have that uniqueness of Asia, we have a base. We have a growing entrepreneurial base. We have an untapped consumer base, and the talent is there. So, again, if you're going to be talking about co-incubation, I'm going to ask again, what are we co-incubating? Are we going to be co-incubating entrepreneurs in the African region to end up importing from China? It's a question. The other one that you've brought up already is the issue of the frameworks that could assist us. I've noted a few down. One is the governance and institutional frameworks. And part of that governance and institutional frameworks is about multi-stakeholder leadership. And I believe the VC have laid a foundation for us in Africa and South Africa already. And then there's the issue of making an alignment when it comes to intellectual property laws. So the co-incubation to be successful, if we miss it there, you will start seeing a bit of cracks, especially when it comes to the cross-border IP laws that are established. The other possibility is looking at creating bilateral trade agreements. I know we've signed MOAs and MOUs. If we need to sign something specific for the co-incubation, it's needed because we will need our government to co-sign on it. We can have a tendency where we get startups from Malaysia coming to South Africa and they don't have visas. Already business is gone. So those are a few issues that we need to bring up. The other one is the infrastructure gap. You're starting a co-incubation process. Do you have the infrastructure for it? The key one I've brought in, which we can think about broadly, is the issue of AI-driven digital ecosystem that can be created. But as you are going with the AI-driven digital ecosystem for the co-incubation, remember the issue of data protection. Cyber security as well. You've brought on the issue of funding. I'm going to throw a curveball for you. Maybe the startups in Asia might have an exit strategy. But I believe the co-incubation should really think about what type of African startups will be growing out, because the main issue with those venture capitalists is the exit strategy. We talk about IPOs at the end of the day? How will I exit this investment that I'm putting in? If you can't answer that question, let's forget about it. These are things that we need to think about. Then there's the issue of talent development. Again, bilateral startup exchange. I'm going to bring in not student exchange or lecturers exchange, startups exchange. Are we able to start exchanging our startups from our various incubations? Or can we actually collaborate with each other depending on the kind of services? The last one for me, before I do calls for action, is market access. We have the market. You have the market. You look for product from our side, and we'll look for services and product from your side. So can we now openly talk about issues of B2B, B2G? Again, one major stakeholder that is not in this room, VC and council chair, is government. And we need to find a way now that this MOU is signed to see how do we bring this DTIC from our side, and how do we bring higher education in one room, because we want to leverage on already existing bilateral agreement. And I believe the G20 is that platform that we can use to instigate that. So for me, the question then becomes, as we are talking about the co-incubations, is the local incubator strengthened to manage it? Or are we going to be exporting or importing those what's it called, technical assistance that we might be requiring? The last one that I want to then just echo out is that bottom line here is the co-incubation should be market-driven. Should we want to talk about, I'm sorry, gents, should we want to talk about spaza shops? My colleagues in South Africa and Africa will know what I'm talking about. We shouldn't get those entrepreneurs to join us. This is not spaza shop operation. So the question then becomes, it should be market-driven. We need to, and I think as we are going to be in our groups, can we start that discussion on which of these sectors and markets do we really think that the uniqueness of the co-incubation could actually work? Quick answer, it's possible. And the question would then be, how? Thank you.
Thank you to our second presenter, Dr. Patrick, for your on-the-point discussion and highlighting of the issues ahead of us. Let me invite our last presenter, Dr. Father Daniel Franklin Pilario. So you're most welcome, Father.
Thank you. Thank you to my group mates. I was trying to reflect on the question on co-incubation. I would say, reflecting on our proposals from the beginning of this conference until now, which is the last part, I am tempted to answer, I would agree on all of the above. And I was thinking maybe I'll just say amen and sit down because I'm the last speaker anyway. But since I have traveled 30 hours to come to this place, I think I should say something to pay for my fare. Let me just focus on 3 points, not only on incubation as a concept, but also on other things that we have talked about. And I would also like to place in some few questions which would help us keep the conversation going. Number one is collaboration. Let's say collaboration in incubation, but also collaboration in research, collaboration in innovation, and the other things. In this forum, we have enthroned collaboration as an ideal. International collaboration on incubation, for instance, is the way to go, and rightly so. In fact, collaboration occupies a very high place in international rankings, as you know, being school administrators. But let me also pose a question. Is it not also because of international rankings that universities are quite choosy with collaborating with others? Those in higher ranks in QS ranking will never entertain my university because I come from the lower ranks in QS. I was thinking of going to Harvard and Oxford because they are the best institution that can help my university. I know I will not get a hearing from them. The keynote speaker last night talks about collaboration in the Global South among us as an alternative. But if our offices for international relations are ruled by QS, the same policies take rules over our conversations. Where does the politics of international ranking, and with it, politics of publications, which we just mentioned, I called it the ideology of Scopus, lead us in terms of collaboration? These are difficult questions which would lead us to future conversations. So we should come next year. Number 2, student and staff mobility. My colleague here just mentioned it. The best way forward to share incubation strategies is student mobility. Let the students meet and talk to one another. That's the best way to agree. There is so much to learn across cultures. But this will also cost money, right? Maybe we can establish a common online platform, AI-driven, as mentioned earlier, for incubatees, entrepreneurs, and funders to meet and share concerns. But then again, online student exchange is not counted in QS. In QS ranking, student mobility should be physical and face-to-face. If so, only those who have money can fulfill the requirement of student mobility.
Number 3, linkage with the market. Another ideal we agreed is that our universities should have link with the market, incubation and entrepreneurship, all answers for the market. Our incubation strategies, but also our curricula and research should cater to the needs of the market so that our students can be employed after graduation. Employability is the name of the game today, and I agree. We should make our students employable. But my question, is this really the main purpose of a university? The cutthroat competition in the market? Is this the main purpose? What about those values which we have also mentioned, like care for the vulnerable communities, friendship and respect, alleviation of poverty, taking care of indigenous population and the environment, SDGs, which are actually the concerns of the Global South? These are not the main questions of the free market, because the free market's concern is profit. This leads me to ask the deeper question, so what are our universities for? I have no answers. See you next year. Good morning.
Oh, thank you very much for our last presenter and the gesture that you have posed your last question, really. It opens us up our mind to think and link what you've said to our Africa-Asia collaboration. Please applause to our 3 presenters, please. All right, I will summarize from the first presenter. Okay, our first presenter just highlighted the key issues on our regional co-incubation strategies by emphasizing on the UNIIC that everyone is wearing here and find what are the contents of the UNIIC. But there are key challenges ahead of us that getting the funding could be a major challenge, as most of the starters are still in the early stage, and the funders are interested to fund people who are already on the ground, people who already have some market experience and product experience, etc. So how do we bridge this gap between what the funders already want and where the stage that we will be as Africa-Asia collaborators? Now, can we find other various ministries within our countries for funding of these early starters of our students? So that is a question that we need to discuss today in our various tables. Whereas we are harnessing regional ecosystem, and the entrepreneurship is a journey. It's not a one thing that is done in one day. This is going to be a long journey for sustainable development. Now, should we consider co-incubators? Now, what are the role of regional uniqueness? That in Asia, there are highly advanced in manufacturing industries. They are producers of many products, and we know as Africans, we receive these products from Asia. Now, shall we have this win-win collaboration? Shall we have this true win-win collaboration? We need to unpack that. Whereas in Africa, we are the consumers of most of the products from Asia. Now, how can we link the two and we have an agenda that is viable for the two parties? Alignment with intellectual property law, this is also something to put into the equation, while creating bilateral agreements which involves the governments or policymakers into the equation. There is the key gap here that we are mostly researchers from high institutions of learning, but how many of us here are the decision makers in the government, the politics? As we know, politics is the whole agenda in many countries. So we need to involve them in our discussion. The AI digital incubators, we have to be mindful of the cybersecurity that is threatening not only Africa and Asia, but the world. What about startup exchanges? Instead of student staff exchange program, why can't we identify the startups in Asia and Africa and they share their knowledge and experiences? While designing our MOUs, we should leverage on the existing MOUs. Again, the importance of bringing the government into the equation when we are making this discussion becomes paramount. What about the bottom line? We should think big. We shouldn't think of small kiosks or small startups, but we shouldn't narrow our mind. And instead, we should think big, whereby we can have startups that will create jobs. And finally, we have international collaboration as the way to go. We are ruled by QS and politics of publication. Again, how can we bridge this gap? Should we continue there or create something of our own? Thank you. I put the floor to you. Table leaders, please summarize as time, we are a bit behind time. Thank you very much.
The first topic? So it's already. Then next is the last topic now.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, it's group presentation.
Regional co-incubation. We are through with the funding, so it's here.
You were done there.
Yes, so we are now in the discussion.
It's about incubation now, co-incubation.
Co-incubation.
We've done.
Is it
We were doing
possible?
Oh, you mean that we need to prepare?
Yeah. Or is it possible?
Co-incubation.
Block safety framework. Block safety framework is the place to accelerate startup by using the coaching about the finding the network, finding the market, and also finding the investment source to fund. But the problem is to establish the institution. First, it needs some budget. And budget coming from Simple. Simple is a telecommunication company and US Singapore and India, they are together established what to call block safe antibody. And what happened? And US established block safe antibody in many countries. But it is unless for their students to find market opportunities. For example, in Indonesia, there are Jakarta, Bandung, and Jakarta. You see that.
Attention please, attention please. We have only 20 minutes. Attention please, we have only 20 minutes. We have only 20 minutes for our discussion, on the table discussion. And then we will start making group presentations. Okay, please, only 20 minutes from now. Thank you. 20 minutes from now, then we'll start making group presentation. Okay, thank you.
But Singapore, they have this for their students to go across to find out.
So we summarize so that that is possible. and you can use, what is the name of the project in Singapore? What's the name of the project in Singapore? Block 71. Singapore.
I went to Singapore in 2008 and went to Okinawa last year. It's two different systems.
Where's the money coming from?
From NUS and from Sinclair. Sinclair is the foundation company.
So it's a
Partnership.
partnership by the industry partners.
Yeah,
Public-private.
Sponsor.
And in Dutch, the name is Startup.
Startup. Aha, startup.
Wageningen University.
Which approach will be that we can copy or emulate this and improve this.
These ones, you're saying we should emulate them.
No, we use this as an example to this. We were talking about how can we do this. So really there's an existing approach in Singapore, so which means we can adopt it and then maybe tweak it here and there to suit our own. We have to find our own partners in the industry.
So I thought when we talk about the co-incubation, we will need to collaborate with private. We should follow the PP, triple P approach. That's number one. Number two, collaboration with government. You know, there's in South Africa there's a department, they are small. SMM or something like that. There's that collaboration. Then we could get funding, just like what the cities are funding programs. So we could get funding for students for that education, because I don't see it working when you fund a project that is already there. How will the student from the lowest level get to that level? So we need to fund them from the lowest level, and providing that mentorship and support to the students. Eh? You are tired. Collaboration departments with government. That's the first one for funding.
Or prioritization. We have to prioritize those who do not have funds.
And the universities would mentor them.
But now, what is the ultimate aim of co-incubation? What is that? If was to start from there, why can't we just incubate? We need to find a reason why is it because of sharing resources? Or you make sure that or possibly
For capital, I think.
yes.
They need it for capital.
At the same time, expertise.
Yes.
Yeah.
That where I am, I'm good at one part of the project, you are good at another part of the project.
Yes.
So, for example, at my university, we got 3D printers. Printing a lot of things, materials and all that. But our capability is to print material. But in another university, Central University, they are able to convert those into medical things like that. So anyway, we are able to do one part, another institution can do one part. So I think it's expertise, sharing expertise. Sharing of resources.
And the presentation of the Taiwan is I think there was an example about how to finance the but the money coming from someone and from here. The papers in Taiwan, that's one thing I know. But I also in the submarine, there is a project coming from the government to finance this
Funding from government.
Minister of Science and Technology, something like that. Once again, I think that it depends on our government and specific commitments. Because in Taiwan, I think the government is clear. And now we come back to our government, to our university. What is the main objective?
So he talked about infrastructure for co-incubation. So we need to have infrastructure for that. And the policies like IP laws, we need to address those because we have an example here in South Africa. Maybe it's not relevant, but let me share it. The young man who discovered Please Call Me, Old Mutual, Vodacom, the person said, made a Please Call Me Vodacom employee. Now, he said the Vodacom has made a lot of money out of his innovative idea. And then he said the employer must pay him. And of course, they didn't have the IP laws, so whatever that you develop, and that when you are still a staff member here, there's nothing that you get. So he sued them. And they are paying how much money is it now?
No, they've been offering a lot of money, but it doesn't take it. There's a lot of money. A lot of people take it.
I thought he's almost concluding the issue now.
Yeah.
We were talking about some money, some millions of, I don't know, I can't recall. But that is also an example. If you don't have your IP laws and policies in place, what happens when a student...
All right, everyone, shall we wrap up? Can you just take 1 minute to wrap up and we should start the group discussion and presentation? So, Kana, you have given me a more challenging task. You are now only given 2 minutes to do your pitching, okay? So, if we can do our 3 minutes thesis pitching, I think we can do it too, all right?
From 3 minutes now, it's only 2 minutes pitching. 2 minutes only.
For presentation.
Yes.
All right, so take 1 last minute to wrap up, okay?
Okay na tayo.
Do you go there?
Yes, yes.
Present sitting.
Yes.
You go there?
Yes. So we have... From 3 minutes. So, what can you say in 2 minutes? Wrap up.
I think if one of unique member university can establish startup like in that, the startup can become the center of all member select startup.
Yes, yes.
Because in that only we can create the startup.
And where? And I...
All right, time's up. Shall we start the group presentations? Take it as a summary of the summarize. All right, so summary of the summarize thoughts and process for today for all the 3 sessions, all right? Very simple, just 2 minutes, 3 key points. All right, shall we start? Table 1? Okay, table 1, you are ready?
I'm so sorry, we cannot do 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Greetings, colleagues. Okay, without wasting time, greetings, shall we? Thank you very much. Without wasting time, we would like to, as table number 1, to demonstrate the power of AI in terms of the summary that our doctor, before she left this pulpit, that we use AI to capture what she actually said. Please allow us to just read this quickly. Asia-Africa collaboration for sustainable development, discussion on exploring collaboration between Asia and Africa for student support, emphasis on the long-term commitment required for sustainable entrepreneurship development, proposal for a collaborative approach, leveraging regional strengths and unique products, Asia-Africa trade and AI collaboration. It discusses adapting trade relations between Africa and Asia, focusing on mutual consumption of products. A viable agenda is needed for aligning all parties, considering internet job profit loss and governmental involvement. The importance of cybersecurity in the context of AI, digital incubators, and startup initiatives is highlighted. Bridging the Gap, international collaboration for development. It discusses challenges in identifying and leveraging existing models for development in Africa and Asia. It emphasizes the need for large-scale initiatives that create jobs rather than focusing on small-scale projects. International cooperation is presented as a crucial solution to overcome existing obstacles and achieve progress. Now, that is exactly what the Madam Moderator did just before she left. What are the negative effects to this? It stifles debate, captures only keywords, obviously. There's a say that says, be careful who writes your history, because they will tell it according to the version they want you to hear. Now, we are facing that era, even if we are to embrace the AI. It's damaging the thinking capacity. It means that just like we gave an example of mathematics at school when we grow up, you were to multiply and say 3 multiplied by 3 equals to 9. But today you are you are supposed to take out, most kids are supposed to take out their calculators. Now, those are the negative impacts that we should be prepared to be dealing with. And so how do you develop a critical thinking of students whilst you are still embracing the technology? I think that was just to sum up the last point. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, can I go now to the last 2 points? It was just the last part. I can just go now. All right. Great. Thank you very much. Now, what is it that we can do? Okay. Sorry. All right. I think at this point, we would like to sincerely thank Professor Kanayo Oguchibio, Dr. Angelina Yee, Professor Maile, Professor Aldo Schubel, Chairperson Mahlalela, and Professor Toko Maikiso for the wonderful event that they staged. We are humble and allow us to just quickly give her flowers. We remember 10 years ago with these universities, when it was opened together with the University of Solplaki. She has done a tremendous job in terms of developing this institution, and we are very thankful for your leadership. Thank you very much. Okay, the one thing that we would like to propel and amplify, it is the usage of communications in terms of how well we are going to market, how well we are going to brand, how well we are going to, it's communications, marketing, and branding. We've come up with some suggestions in terms of using the newsletter, newsletter, and even as we are gathered here, we are requesting the organizer to look into a group community WhatsApp chat, not necessarily something that is interactive, but something that the administrators will be responsible for depositing information that we need, particularly in terms of the presentations that we have been shared with us today, a group email and a webinar that is currently existing. We do feel that there is a need to expand on that on the basis that it is very specific in terms of addressing the entrepreneurial issues. However, we could also look into the podcast that begins to determine which area we are going to cover, particularly around the unique products. And as well, so that we are also in control of that which we want to communicate. And I'm trying to really be good. Last part. Thank you. Last part. The key point that we're taking from our first presenters, I see Doctor is not here. Oh, there he is. They were advising us to say that as Africans, be it Africa-Asia Consortium, Africa-Asia Consortium, at the end of the day, we also as Africans have a responsibility to look out for ourselves. What is that we are doing in terms of advancing whatever that is presented before us without anybody coming to also tell us how to do things. And we appreciate the partnerships and the assistance and the technology that we are receiving from afar, and we really appreciate. As for the funding, Dr. Makora, we appreciate the networks, the NRF beautiful networks charter. This is something that we would really like to expand. And lastly, we request that for the purpose of growth, each and every area that were presented here, we could develop a subcommittee so that we're able to guide it and ensure that we are going to do things the right way, identify experts within each and every field so that they may be able to add value. Thank you very much.
All right, since we actually have the first group, we'll start with the last in mind, all right? So can we have group 9 to start? Yes. Again, reminder, strictly 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. Are you hearing me? You're not hearing me? Time is too short. In our discussion group, we have the following: avenues for sharing scientific advancement and technology development. We look at the clientele and then the objectives. One of them is that who are we serving with scientific knowledge and advancement? So we should be able to identify our target group. Okay, we talked about what should we do at Global South, starting off from Asia, Africa, and the issue of Scopus. Now, we are saying also we build research into information hub. That is the areas we are serving. We have an information hub where people can access information. We also talk of we tailor innovation to specific clientele, typology of entrepreneurship, which area. Then we tailor our knowledge and scientific advancement into that area. We look at ways of sharing science and innovation ideas. We talk of traditional science journals. We talk of trials and demonstration. And we are saying we learn by doing. That is, if we want to share knowledge on scientific ideas, we should engage the farmers. We should have farm trials. They participate with us, they will learn with us, and they learn from us. We also look at monitoring and evaluation. A follow-up is necessary. Farmers have to be monitored, and at the end of the project or the advancement or whatever knowledge you are given, we should do and find out what goes well and what did not go well. That is, we are talking of the highlights and then the lowlights. We talk about baby mother concept, where Prof said we should have a workshop that farmers' needs will be met. That we should start from what is known to the unknown, the simple things to the complex things, from the complex things to the abstract. That is the knowledge we have so built up. And we talk of publication of research. That's another one. The research must be published either at local level or at international level. The second one was funding opportunities for scientific advancement and technology development. We talk of partnership. In funding, we look at the linking institution with that has similar research interests or niche. Then we say need for matching expertise. You cannot fund without looking at expertise that correlate with yours, areas of specialization. Then we talk about, the second one was transdisciplinary research. That's what we should also do. And then we are also looking at achievable output from your research. Where does your research fit in? Then we talk about funder being interested in our outcomes. The last one was realistic budget. We should set a budget that is realistic, budget that can benefit everyone, not over-bloated budget. The last one we talked of in our group, we looked at the regional co-incubation strategies. We said there should be seed grants for incubation, especially in the area of infrastructure. There should be funds available. We look at the gaps that exist in infrastructure, and then we also look at AI-driven capital ecosystem. These are the areas we have actually seen that will actually empower us. Remember that our professor have said, if you don't have a grandmother, you can go to Johannesburg and look for one. All of these are what we have captured in our group, and we believe that when it is implemented, we are going to achieve. Remember one thing, my time is not up. Is it up? Okay. I would like to, just a second, I would like to highlight that, look, we have forgotten to talk about the barriers, obstacles in incubation. There was that man, he's a motivational speaker. He was asked to come and talk to children, secondary or high school children. Why doing that? He says, look, they said, speak to them. He says, okay, all of you here seated, not all of you will succeed. Then the principal said, remove him from the podium. Do you know why he said that? I said, look, we have so many other schools. If I say all of you here will succeed, what of other schools that are nearby? On this note, thank you very much.
All protocols observed. That's 1 minute gone. And thank you so much for the host and a beautiful tie. I look beautiful. Now, avenues for sharing scientific and technology advancement, we had these talks, ideas that we need to strengthen our own existing in-house publishers. We need to set up our own standards and criteria on how to classify them. Also, we need to consider our indigenous knowledge, because we need to communicate our scientific output with our local communities. Technology, we should consider low-cost mobile technology stations so that they can be moved around to our remote areas. And then hosting knowledge sharing conferences, we should also do this at our local communities so that we bring the experts globally to our local communities so that the local communities can also share their knowledge. Set up a free access. This should be a free access repository to collect all our journal from Africa, Asia. And also very important to involve the government in this knowledge sharing platform so that at times the politician will not read our scientific papers. Very important also when we are having these knowledge sharing events, we should involve our media, local media, especially radio. And then IP protection and ethical approval should be one body in both countries. Now on the funding, we highlighted that it's very important that we should fund the early starters, especially with their toolkits that allows them to be able to set up the startups. Also in capacitating them in financial management, record keeping and business management. Lastly, startups must consider their ecosystem, local ecosystem to expand globally. It's very important when you understand your local ecosystem. This is where the niche area, what already is existing that can support you to propel into global markets. Thank you.
Good afternoon. From our group, that's the first session that it was that because of UNIIC, right now we're meeting with countries we could not have actually met with because of politics, but because it is academic, we're all meeting together. And then the other one, it was that we should also disseminate information. For example, the case of AI, AI doesn't actually, it doesn't acknowledge work. So you'll find that we're publishing work that has been done by students, and it was not at all acknowledged. And then another thing, it was, we must have our own website as UNIIC to share information, have our own journals as UNIIC instead of depending on Springer, let's be our own Springer, and then close the gap in commercialization. And then we need to change policy to remove those barriers we need to change policy to remove certain barriers where they actually do not allow us to work together. And then another one, it was bridge the gap between science and humanities. Humanities, they're able to tell the story properly. The case of Dr. Chooks yesterday, statistics, where people will not understand. And yet, if you had given it to a humanities person, would actually sell the work. And then another point, it was, we do the research, but we do not share it with our communities. We need to share it with communities. For example, in social media, TikTok, so that they get to know what has actually taken place and what we're actually doing. And then in terms of funding, we did not list all of those, but we picked up the two that we got from Asia. It was Erasmus plus European Union, whereby they work as a consortium. So we could also take advantage of that. Another one that they also mentioned, it was Eurasia, whereby institutions can actually apply and then they will get that particular funding. Otherwise, the one from NRF, we didn't mention those since I think most of us are familiar with them. And then another point, it was, let's invite the institutions that NRF said is actually working with. Let them be part of UNIIC so that we're able to do or we're able to collaborate with them and actually share the work. If they're already getting funding and they're working with NRF, then let's take advantage, let them include them so that they are part of us. And then, of course, identify our target market. And then lastly, it was the last part of incubation. When it comes to incubation, we found that we have the skills, but to take the entrepreneur further, we don't have that. So let's learn from each other as universities, 25 that are represented here, for example, take advantage of those particular universities. And then another thing about incubation, it was universities, they should complement each other, work together, find out this one is good in this particular area, that one is good in that particular area, and then we work together and we complement each other. And then finally, come with specialist hubs, specialist incubation hub, so that we know that if you need one for this particular area, you actually go to that university. Thank you.
Later we will have have this, like this. For our group, we have this.
Good afternoon.
40 years.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to repeat things that were already said. So just in terms of the first comment, the first panel that we spoke about, our suggestion is, can we look at what we already have? Can we compile a resource hub so that we know, like we put information into this resource hub, and how do we create a stakeholder mapping partnership framework, which also speaks about the lessons learned. I think the message that came across is that we have so much information we don't have to start from the beginning. The second, Prof. Chuck spoke about, I'm not going to repeat what we spoke about. We agreed with a lot of the things that were said before this, but how do we start looking at writing for different audiences? If we want to be community engaged, if we want to be localized, if we want to be an engaged institution, what does that mean in terms of research and how we put research out there? We also spoke about that there are various aspects, so there are books, there are case studies, and thought leadership, very different ways of being able to get our message across, and it becomes really critical that we think about how do we get that research out of the walls of the institution, into the communities and into the classrooms. Just around funding, I think what was critical was looking at how can organizations like the NRF assist us with the research agenda, given that the NRF is involved with postgrad students, they know what's out there, how do we pull that kind of research together? Can this platform assist the NRF in terms of further access, noting some of the country partnerships? But I think there were some critical questions for us that we asked about government partnership, government funding, government constraints. What does that mean for us? And I think unpacking agencies and what that looks like in different countries become really critical. We know that there are challenges when it comes to government funding agencies. We have restrictions, we have red tape. How do we change that and how do we make that more meaningfully? More critically, I want to answer the question in closing that was asked for early stage development. Where do we find seed funding? And I think for us, we looked at this in two aspects. The one is around seed funding for startup incubation. It's important that we diversify the funding stream, that we look at blended financing, so private-public partnership grants, tax incentives, development finance like the World Bank and the African Bank, as well as looking at crowdfunding sources around that. What's critical, and again the question that was asked around, do we just need funding? No, there's really importance to look at mentorship, all of the softer skills around that. And in closing, when we think of university startups, I think there's a different set of questions that we need to ask. A challenge in closing, how can this 25 universities create a seed fund for early startup ventures within universities? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention before I'm chased away from the stage? All right, today I'm going to beat the 3 minutes. Group 5, I'm just getting the highlights of what we discussed. The answer to the speaker that asked, what are we incubating? Startups, knowledge, technology, infrastructure, etc. And we looked at the avenues of sharing, and we picked up traditional avenues that are out there that can still be used and still be valuable, which is traditional avenues, peer-reviewed journals, exchange of journals between universities in the region and across the board, research conferences that can be done online or face-to-face. We looked at it that if within South Africa, the universities have research conferences and look up to the best startups that you have. And then those who are in Asia also do the same. And the best of those startups will now be sent abroad instead of sending everyone. I think that would also create a hype and give motivation to the students. And also we looked at when students enroll, this is now coming from me as a businesswoman. I think some of the subjects and some of the faculties, we really need to check if the students have the capacity for what they want to do. I say this with all humility of heart because we have a lot of students that come with degrees. When you explain to them what exactly the work entails, they are not interested. Then they go and start selling sweets on the streets. So I think it's one of those things that when you are enrolling students, the first month, you really need to engage the businesses around your area and make these students go there to see what happens in structural engineering, for instance. Especially now that we are in the age where our kids don't even stand up from the couch. When they leave the university and they know they must drive to Nzanin to a site where they are supposed to examine a structure, then they quit the job. So we have a serious problem. Your graduates are lazy. Yes, I'm speaking with all humility. So you need to actually have these students, probably after the first year, they must be sent out to the farms, to the agricultural centers where things are happening to see exactly what they're training to become and if they still want to continue with that. And I also want to say your academics, books, research papers, awareness, and interchanging, that should be done. The academic books and the research papers, if they are being sold, I think it's also a way of making up money. And then the digital awareness, podcasts and videos, social media, and open access. I think that's the way to go now, as everyone is going digital, and most people are becoming visual. So also for the one speaker, he aired that we are sending our journals overseas to be published, and we need a way of publishing our own journals. So obviously there must be awareness of these journals to the people around each country, and also to produce high quality journals so that we can also get our share into the world. And then the last part of funding opportunities, we are talking about, we have funding that we said yesterday, a committee should be put together to actively search for fundings. Funders, they always put all what they need online each and every time that they have a grant for education, they have a grant for research. So people must be tasked to actively look for funding. We have actually searched and found 2 existing opportunities. The Notre Dame Global Academic Research is actually funding resources and researchers between $10,000 US to $15,000 US. And we also have European Union Horizon 2020, which is promoting international resource collaborations, and they are funding. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been the agreement between the Philippine representatives that all of us has to talk and present before you, and I'm the last one. So all the way from the Philippines again, it is my pleasure to present to you the result of the brainstorming of the various brains that the table 4 have, and I'm proud to say that every one of us have contributed and provided ideas for this output. So kudos everyone. So relative to the scientific advancement and technological development, wherein we were asked, what would be the avenue that we could create so that our works are utilized and commercialized? Our suggestion is that, same with table number 7, if I'm correct, we could create and commercialize our own UNIIC or unique journal, wherein we could identify the research agenda, and this research agenda is based on the most pressing issues that the 2 regions, the Africa and Asia, is currently experiencing. And how do we do that? Is of course with collaborations, by meetings, by conferences between the 2 regions. Also, we could intensify and maximize available resources. What could Asian universities offer that African universities lack? And what could African universities can offer that the Asian universities lack? And with that, the most important also role is to strengthen our partnership with private and public partnership, or the roles of the private sector, because they could serve as the bridging gap between the HEIs and then the community. the private sector can provide technical assistance, they can provide funding, which is usually the limitation of the higher education institutions, and of course, it could provide opportunities in the gap through AI, big data, and youth adaptability. For funding opportunities, we're lucky that one of the speakers earlier is from our group. The consortium can organize an event that can provide access to the information regarding on the funding opportunities. And I think this consortium or consortia and other regional consortium can provide us funding support so that we can create an output, a sustainable project and an output that would benefit not only the HEIs and then the industry, but also the society and community where we belong. Congratulations, and of course, thank you everyone.
Good afternoon. I'm bullied into presenting when I didn't present yesterday, so I had no choice. Our group 3, in response to avenues for sharing scientific advancement and technology development, we agreed that we need public-private partnerships in order to advance our issues, because we would want to interact technologically, financially. So all this needs us to work together so that we can get access to sharing that information. We also talked about issues of academic and research institutions, how they can interact with each other. Sitting here, we're saying, let's profile our experts so that then on internet, when you go a UNIIC, you just see Mashudu with all the expertise, and then you can simply click a button and communicate with Mashudu for the project that you want to do, and it will make life very easy. If you want an instrument that I've used for my research, you can easily share. So we're saying, let's progress together in terms of sharing information and also create common portals where we will put up our repositories there. And you know, there are countries that have advanced in technology. We use them and have database, request them to have our database there. So you can get those equipment or instrument that you need free of charge from our fellow countries that are well developed. I heard the Taiwanese talking about technology that is so developed. Maybe we could start there. We're also saying we could also have develop member universities that we identify and know that University X is best in this area. So you don't even struggle to know where to go to because you already know whom you should communicate with. And we said, in terms of publication, we also need a website where we can also put up our publications there. And we are saying our impact factor will improve if we refer to the journals to the articles that we have published in. So it is in our hands for us to improve our impact factor of journals that we are using. So the more we share information, the better it will be. The second issue that we're supposed to respond to is about funding opportunities. And we are saying NRF already is our starting, in terms of our South Africa, we have NRF that is already having funds available. I know my time is almost up, but we are saying, as UNIIC, we need to lobby NRF to also bring on board other countries. We know about the politics, and we are not forcing them to work with those countries that are not in their space. But we are saying other countries that are not Asian, who are not in political rift with them. We also are saying, as groups, we can eventually now write proposals and get funding and work together for instance, get Erasmus funding, World Bank, and then UNIIC also must commit itself. We should have seed funding. The last one, I think this is unfair. I mean, others have given a longer time. In terms of core incubation strategies,
we are saying, let's learn from the best practices. We know Singapore, they have Block 71. Google it, you'll find it, and check what they have done. Can't we use that in terms of core incubation? And Wageningen University in Netherlands, they also have something that they call Start Start Hub. So we can learn from them. We are saying as well, let's collaborate with government, and then we get funding for mentoring. We should mentor our students, and as we mentor them, then we can, as UNIIC, then we can communicate. I mean, we know Department of Small Business Development supports those. So we need to start supporting them from the beginning, because you can't wait for them to get there. How do they get there when they are still struggling? So thank you. Hey.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'll be very brief. What a privilege to speak after your former boss. And thank you. I'm sure you save the best for last. And colleagues, I think I won't repeat what has been said. I think it's clear and we agree. I think one of the motto for UMP is to create opportunities. I think the question I'm going to pose that I'm sent by my group of calls to ask you, as we all know, opportunities favor the prepared. The question is that, are we prepared for the opportunities that we're all trying to create now? And also, it is important to note that we need to capacitate the Africa-Asia PPP, which is private, public, and partnership, and also the best practice that the Prof has just indicated previously. I think one of the incubators that actually South Africa is undertaking, we do have best practices. I know for sure that it is important. I think UMP has set the agenda in terms of higher structure. Actually, to my knowledge, I've been within the ecosystem for more than 15 years. I think this is the only university that has the chairperson of the CFERI, who is the vice chancellor. So if we encourage other universities to ensure that they take this very, very seriously, I think there should be a buy-in from the upper structure down to management. And also, these last year, at 4 or 5 universities started a business incubation web association, which is also I'm presenting. So I think it would be very important, as Professor Chooks indicated earlier, that in creating all of the journals the colleagues have indicated, sometimes you need to use the existing infrastructure and also collaboration so that you don't reinvent the wheel. And also, the most important, when we push for incubation, it is important that the jockeys or center managers that we recruit to these centers are entrepreneurs themselves. Because when you encourage entrepreneurship, you need to find ways within universities how to make the center self-sustainable. Luckily, centers like UMP, they encourage that there is a lot of budget coming from the university, which is they have taken ownership. So I think it is important also not to give these centers the responsibility to government agencies or NRF. The university needs to take ownership. Lastly, it is important as well to have the research associate and also ensure the short courses within incubators, because that's how you find ways and strategies to ensure that you do beyond incubation only. Because I remember one of the universities I was leading, there were few short courses, and then the Center for Entrepreneurship was the largest that was doing that and profiting from short courses. So those are the creative ways that each and every Center for Entrepreneurship needs to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very good experience. We call it elevator pitch. So when you go from level 1 to level 10, exactly 2 minutes, and that is what we actually teach our students. All right, so next we'll just invite, Prof. Kanayo to actually sum up, the 2 days of the summary of what are the key findings. But bear in mind, don't worry, whatever that you have actually written, these are all good materials that we are collecting. That's why you see that, it's not going and missing. So Prof. Kanayo's team, and myself will be looking at all the documentation, and it will goes into the report. All right, so bear in mind, don't worry. All right, Prof. Kanayo.
Thank you, Angelina. Good afternoon, colleagues. And thank you for your time and the deliberations. We've heard you clearly since yesterday. So the question is, where do we go from here?
So we have looked at the deliberations and the comments and the input, and we think we have 5 clear dimensions to go from here. The first one is on policy and strategic framework. Step 1, we'll be drafting a joint declaration summarizing the key resolutions from the roundtable, focusing on research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Step 2, we'll be developing a policy framework report with recommendations for our government, funding agencies, and higher education regulators. Why do we want to do this? Because we think by doing this under policy and strategic framework, we'll be institutionalizing our cooperation between Asia and Africa. On number 2, research and innovation collaborations. We will identify and match priority research areas between African and Asian universities. Step 2, we will develop a collaborative research funding mechanism with a pooled contribution from universities, private sector partners, international agencies. Step 3, we're going to launch an online knowledge sharing platform for collaborative research, exchange programs, and virtual academic sessions. Why do we want to do this? Because we think it's going to strengthen inter-university research collaborations, increase our joint publications, and improve our research commercialization. Number 3, entrepreneurship and industry linkages. Step 1, we're going to map existing university incubators and innovation hubs across both continents. Step 2, we're going to develop a cross-regional acceleration program, providing funding and mentorship. Step 3, we'll integrate entrepreneurship course and innovation training models into our curricula. Why do we suggest this? To increase startup success rates, job creation, and stronger university-industry linkages. Number 4, capacity building and skills development. We will develop an online open access repository for research publications, innovation case studies, and teaching resources. We will be organizing regional workshops and boot camps on research commercialization, innovation management, and startup development. Why are we going to do this? To improve cross-regional learning, capacity building for research and entrepreneurship, and digital knowledge accessibility. The last one is sustainability and impact measurement. We will define, for step 1, key performance indicators to measure the success of our collaborations, entrepreneurial initiatives, and policy impact. Number 2, we will implement a quarterly reporting mechanism with impact assessment for participating universities and policymakers. Why do we think this is important? To advance long-term sustainability of the consortium, measurable growth in research impact, and enhance policy advocacy for innovation-driven development. Thank you very much. I think at this point, Prof. Angelina, please come. We will be inviting our chairperson, the chair of CEFRI and the vice chancellor, Professor Toko Mayakiso, for the vote of thanks and closing remarks.
Thank you, Program Director. Time has moved so fast. Only a day ago, I was welcoming you to this round table, and now we are bidding you farewell. Let me start by thanking everyone who is here today, who attended the round table discussion. And thank you for prioritizing this important event. We know that as leaders, there are so many competing needs. The fact that you have prioritized this roundtable discussion means a lot to us as the university, as well as UNIIC on the whole. We appreciate the fact that our colleagues from Asia were prepared to travel for so many hours. We know it. We have done it before. We know what it takes to travel that far. So thank you very much. I would like to really appreciate the contribution of our keynote speakers at the round table during the day event, as well as the keynote speaker in the evening. We want to appreciate the panelists. Thank you for your very insightful presentations, thought-invoking presentations, as well as the session chairs. You have been so excellent in summarizing the proceedings of the sessions. The table chairs, your responsibility was actually very important, because what differentiates a round table from a conference are the discussions that are facilitated around the table. We know when we told many people that we are having a round table, what is that? What's a round table? And we had to explain it. And really, I'm so pleased that this roundtable discussion lived to those expectations. Of course, the scribes had a very important role to play. So are the members of each table. One can see from the presentations the robustness of the discussions that took place, as well as the insight that each and every table provided. I believe that all the discussions across the various tables have led to making this engagement really very successful. We want to thank the reviewer of the 2 books, very generous. We thank you for not coming very hard on us, that you were on the soft side, so people would know now that you have a soft side as well. The organizing team, I would really like to thank the organizing team and acknowledge the contribution of Professor Okuchuyuba and Professor Yi in assisting with the conceptualization of this concept. Thank you very much, colleagues. Our students, you saw them wearing Love My Campus t-shirts, and I hope we could, in addition to the UMP 10-year celebration t-shirts, also give you the Love My Campus. Our ICT team, very professional there, colleagues. You are thanked a lot. Everyone is thanked. If for some reason I haven't mentioned you, please know that we thank you, we value your presence, we appreciate your contribution over these past 2 days. As I indicated yesterday, please take time to know our province, because we believe that if you participate in the panorama route, you go to Kruger National Park, you will definitely come back, and we want you back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, to Prof. Toko. Come on, give a round of applause to UNP. All right, thank you very much. I would like to echo, all right, on the same of Prof. Toko. So I'm given 2 tasks, all right. One is actually to do an announcement for tomorrow for the housekeeping. So everyone, please be reminded, tomorrow 7 a.m. picked up from your hotel for the Kruger Park. You will arrive here at 8, and the safari trucks will be taking you from here at 8 a.m. All right, so please sleep early, don't be late, all right, and be here on time, all right. So it's very early, 7 a.m. from your hotel lobby, all right. So, and you should be back to here somewhere around 4 o'clock, all right, so that you can have a nice nap and also refresh yourself. All right, so tonight after the Safari launch, and the visit, there will be no dinner, and it is a free and easy. So you can actually enjoy going around, like Prof. Toko said, going around, do a bit more shopping, near the city, all right? So you can enjoy the food, that is here, marvelous, all right? So it's a free and easy. And for those which are going on the 15th, all right, for the panorama route, again, same, 7 a.m. from your hotel lobby. 8 o'clock, they will depart for the panorama. And except for those, if you have any last minute arrangement, adjustment, please inform Prof. Kanayo's team. All right, so I know that there are 4 of you that's going for the early departure on the 15th. So any others, please inform the team so that they could actually coordinate the logistic. All right, so I'm here to also give my gratitude for the team who are running behind you, whom you don't see, but we have been communicating a lot with them. Can I also thank Prof. Kanayo, for his sleepless night, all right, and more sleepless night after this. All right, so I want to thank the team behind him as well, like Arodina, Melody, Confidence, all right, people who you don't see, but they are doing their task behind the scene. But most of all, can we give another round of applause to Prof. Toko for hosting us, all right, here. Thank you very much to UMP. All right, so last but not least, I just want to share how UNIIC has come together. It has been a mutual understanding. We started with no funding, zero funding, no funding for any events and activity. So we come together under various sources of funding monetary. So I'll give you some of the example. For the Philippines, it was basically the event was funded by DOST. For Indonesia, it was spread across 4 different universities who actually funded them. For APU event, I had a blessing, all right, to get the sponsorship from venture capitalists for 30,000 ringgit Malaysia to sponsor the whole entire Demo Day event and the conference. So if you put it into the Vietnam is also sponsored by the Vietnam universities. So it is a joint effort. So for UMP has actually, you can ask them, it's not easy. They actually have to go through means and measures to negotiate with all the MOUs, leverage on all the MOUs that we have, all right, so that we can arm twist them, for everyone's benefit here, all right. So if you have done it, you will know it. That is why we actually do a merry-go-round so that everybody get a chance, all right, to appreciate, It is not easy, but it is beautiful, all right, that we all come together, once a year, twice a year for a good initiative. All your recommendation, we actually take it. I can tell you it's not easy. Yes, I also hear about, Africa chapter. If anybody would like to spearhead that, please let me know, all right? It's not easy, all right? I can tell you that. Chasing after people, on different time zone, different timing, with your own 9 to 5 daily job, and this is like over and above, all right, of your daily job. So it is not an easy task. I have to appreciate, all the members which are here, they put down their commitment and make it happen. So we hope that we will take one step at a time. We will grow, but we will not accelerate too fast, all right, so that we can get there, be sure, and be steady. All right, so with this, I would like to quickly announce the next event for the India May is now postponed to July. 3 a.m. meeting with Prof. Valyapan, all right, from India. So he has agreed, that to postpone for the timing for the Ideathon and Hackathon. So we will update you once I get the further details from Prof. Valyapan from CIT India. So for those of you who would like to join UNIIC, please reach out to me on a separate basis so that we can actually brief you what you need to do, who are actually involvement, what are the commitments that you need to actually put in. For us, if you are there, you are there. All right? So be it, be committed, and be happy. All right. So with this, I just want to say thank you very much. And Prof. Kanya, anything else? All right. Okay. So after lunch, we have the opportunity to actually see the incubation center, which is CEFRI, which is spearheaded, managed by Prof. Kanayo and his team. So it's just like your TBIs, right, in Philippines, just like all your other incubation centers in other parts of the world. So let them share with you what are their student startups are doing. So be motivated by them as well. And we want to say thank you very much. Anything else last minute? No? All right. So lunch is actually available upstairs. All right. And then don't go away. Join us. There'll be transport, right? Okay, there'll be transport available to take us to CEFRI's building. What time? What time you want them to go? By 2? 2:15? 2:15, is it okay? Prof. Kana, 2:15? Yeah. 2:15, all right. So everybody, 45 minutes lunch, 2:15, bus is actually available. All right. Thank you very much. We hope you enjoy your stay in South Africa.
See you in WhatsApp. See you in WhatsApp. Yeah.
Before we finish your lunch, I will give you the drivers, because I'm looking for a driver who's going to be available when you call him. What time do you think you'll be coming in?
Maybe just for 1 hour. I'll just ask first my colleagues as to if they want to go to the mall. Actually, we are asking for public transport so that we can no longer ask your drivers to help us.
But the bus driver can take you there.
Okay. So is it okay if we can request our bus driver to help us? We have assigned
Talk to Kanayo. Kanayo can assist you so that you will save. Yes. So no, they should drop you.
Thank you so much. I'll ask them first. Okay, let's have a lunch. I'll get this water.
Oh yeah.